Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. Thank you so much for making it on time. We are just about to start in a few minutes. Our chief guest is here. Heads of state, ministers are already here, so we are awaiting their arrival. So we request if you can kindly make your way to your seat as we begin in just a few minutes. Once again, thank you so much for making it on time. Looking forward to a fantastic event. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. I'll be with you in just a few moments. Thank you.
An organization like AWF that has been in Africa for more than almost 60 years now, we've seen the progress happening on the continent. The question we are trying to answer is, how do we negotiate space for the species in a modernizing Africa? The aspirations of Africans is about economic growth. It's about how do I take my children to school. It's about decisions of their future. Conservation has to be African-led. We have no choice. Africa is a young continent. Almost 70% of the people in Africa are below 30. And therefore, conservation must engage the majority of Africans. Current African leaders, they are making decisions today that are going to determine the future of the continent. How do we help them make the decisions between development and conservation? Conservation versus development is a false choice. This is the most important takeaway. You cannot succeed in development without conservation. And the reverse is true. We are not going to be successful in conservation of the continent without development. It's exciting, actually. We are trusted. Because of trust, we are able to have these difficult conversations about conservation and development. But that comes from the trust we have with African governments and people, and the trust comes from how successful we've been for the last 58 years. Many of these species are only found on this continent, and therefore it's our duty to conserve, find solutions, and protect our heritage as Africans. It is a global challenge. This wildlife is only found in Africa, but it belongs to the entire world.
Established in 1994 by Dr. Luke Hoffman, the Mava Foundation represents his lifelong commitment to nature conservation. a Swiss family philanthropic foundation based in Switzerland with a regional office in Dakar, Senegal, MAVA's grantmaking is organized around 4 programs: Coastal West Africa, Mediterranean Basin, Switzerland and Sustainable Economy, and a unit on impact and sustainability. Chaired since 2010 by Andre Hoffman, our mission is to conserve biodiversity by funding, mobilizing, and strengthening our partners and the conservation community. In West Africa, we particularly focused on protecting the most important critical habitats for endangered marine species, conserving priority coastal habitats, preventing and/or reducing the impact of coastal development activities, contributing to sustainable fisheries and the reduction of bycatch, supporting indigenous and community conserved areas. MAVA is currently phasing out its grant programs to coincide with its planned closing at the end of 2022.
MAVA Foundation, a lifelong commitment to people and nature.
How much do you love nature? Do you remember your first walk in a forest? Your first swim in the ocean? The first time you saw a wild animal? We all love nature. We all depend on nature. More than 40% of the world's oxygen comes from rainforests. 50% of chemical medicines are based on nature. 100% of our food comes from nature. Are we taking this for granted? We need nature to sustain us. IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is the world's largest global environmental network created in 1948. Together, we're working in more than 160 countries for a just world that values and conserves nature. With over 1,000 staff, more than 1,200 member organizations, including governments and NGOs, and almost 11,000 volunteer scientists and experts. Together, we gather the latest knowledge on biodiversity, assessing the status of species, and protecting our natural wonders. We run hundreds of field projects around the world, such as managing water resources, restoring forests, protecting our coasts and oceans, and helping companies improve their environmental performance. We are nature's voice on the international stage. At the IUCN World Conservation Congress, at the United Nations General Assembly, at international environmental negotiations. By investing in solutions offered by nature, we can address today's global challenges. Together, we can stop the extinction of plants and animals, help fight climate change, restore natural resources, boost food security, and reduce poverty. When nature is healthy, our communities, economies, and countries prosper. Together, let's stand up for nature to create a better future for all of us. Join us now.
Planet Earth has sustained a whole lot. And she keeps on giving. She's been giving life while fighting for her own. You can make a difference now. We all can make a difference. You and all of us can make a difference at APAC 2022.
An organization like AWF that has been in Africa for more than almost 60 years now, we've seen the progress happening on the continent. The question we are trying to answer is, how do we negotiate space for the species in a modernizing Africa? The aspirations of Africans is about economic growth. It's about, how do I take my children to school? It's about food, decisions of their future. Conservation has to be African-led. We have no choice. Africa is a young continent. Almost 70% of the people in Africa are below 30. And therefore, conservation must engage the majority of Africans. Current African leaders, they are making decisions today that are going to determine the future of the continent. How do we help them make the decisions between development and conservation? Conservation versus development is a false choice. This is the most important takeaway. You cannot succeed in development without conservation. And the reverse is true. We are not going to be successful in conservation of the continent without development. It's exciting, actually. We are trusted. Because of trust, we are able to have these difficult conversations about conservation and development. But that comes from the trust we have with African governments and people, and the trust comes from how successful we've been for the last 58 years. Many of these species are only found on this continent, and therefore it's our duty to conserve, find solutions, and protect our heritage as Africans. It is a global challenge. This wildlife is only found in Africa, but it belongs to the entire world.
How much do you love nature? Do you remember your first walk in a forest? Your first swim in the ocean? The first time you saw a wild animal? We all love nature. We all depend on nature. More than 40% of the world's oxygen comes from rainforests. 50% of chemical medicines are based on nature. 100% of our food comes from nature. Are we taking this for granted? We need nature to sustain us. IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is the world's largest global environmental network created in 1948. Together, we're working in more than 160 countries for a just world that values and conserves nature. With over 1,000 staff, more than 1,200 member organizations, including governments and NGOs, and almost 11,000 volunteer scientists and experts. Together, we gather the latest knowledge on biodiversity, assessing the status of species, and protecting our natural wonders. We run hundreds of field projects around the world, such as managing water resources, restoring forests, protecting our coasts and oceans, and helping companies improve their environmental performance. We are nature's voice on the international stage. At the IUCN World Conservation Congress, at the United Nations General Assembly, at international environmental negotiations. By investing in solutions offered by nature, we can address today's global challenges. Together, we can stop the extinction of plants and animals, help fight climate change, restore natural resources, boost food security, and reduce poverty. When nature is healthy, our communities, economies, and countries prosper. Together, let's stand up for nature to create a better future for all of us. Join us now.
Established in 1994 by Dr. Luke Hoffman, the Mava Foundation represents his lifelong commitment to nature conservation. A Swiss family philanthropic foundation based in Switzerland with a regional office in Dakar, Senegal, Mava's grant-making is organized around 4 programs: Coastal West Africa, Mediterranean Basin, Switzerland and Sustainable Economy, and a unit on impact and sustainability. Chaired since 2010 by Andre Hoffman, our mission is to conserve biodiversity by funding, mobilizing, and strengthening our partners and the conservation community. In West Africa, we particularly focused on protecting the most important critical habitats for endangered marine species, conserving priority coastal habitats, preventing and/or reducing the impact of coastal development activities, contributing to sustainable fisheries and the reduction of bycatch, supporting indigenous and community conserved areas. MAVA is currently phasing out its grant programs to coincide with its planned closing at the end of 2022.
MAVA Foundation, a lifelong commitment to people and nature.
Planet Earth has sustained a whole lot. And she keeps on giving. She's been giving life while fighting for her own. You can make a difference now. We all can make a difference. You and all of us can make a difference at APAC 2022.
An organization like AWF that has been in Africa for more than almost 60 years now, we've seen the progress happening on the continent. The question we are trying to answer is, how do we negotiate space for the species in a modernizing Africa? The aspirations of Africans is about economic growth. It's about how do I take my children to school. It's about food, decisions of their future. Conservation has to be African-led. We have no choice. Africa is a young continent. Almost 70% of the people in Africa are below 30. And therefore, conservation must engage the majority of Africans. Current African leaders, they are making decisions today that are going to determine the future of the continent. How do we help them make the decisions between development and conservation? Conservation versus development is a false choice. This is the most important takeaway. You cannot succeed in development without conservation. And the reverse is true. We are not going to be successful in conservation of the continent without development. It's exciting, actually. We are trusted. Because of trust, we are able to have these difficult conversations about conservation and development. But that comes from the trust we have with African governments and people, and the trust comes from how successful we've been for the last 58 years. Many of these species are only found on this continent, and therefore it's our duty to conserve, find solutions, and protect our heritage as Africans. It is a global challenge. This wildlife is only found in Africa, but it belongs to the entire world.
How much do you love nature? Do you remember your first walk in a forest? Your first swim in the ocean? The first time you saw a wild animal? We all love nature. We all depend on nature. More than 40% of the world's oxygen comes from rainforests. 50% of chemical medicines are based on nature. 100% of our food comes from nature. Are we taking this for granted? We need nature to sustain us. IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is the world's largest global environmental network created in 1948. Together, we're working in more than 160 countries for a just world that values and conserves nature. With over 1,000 staff, more than 1,200 member organizations, including governments and NGOs, and almost 11,000 volunteer scientists and experts. Together, we gather the latest knowledge on biodiversity, assessing the status of species, and protecting our natural wonders. We run hundreds of field projects around the world, such as managing water resources, restoring forests, protecting our coasts and oceans, and helping companies improve their environmental performance. We are nature's voice on the international stage. At the IUCN World Conservation Congress, at the United Nations General Assembly, at international environmental negotiations. By investing in solutions offered by nature, we can address today's global challenges. Together, we can stop the extinction of plants and animals, help fight climate change, restore natural resources, boost food security, and reduce poverty. When nature is healthy, our communities, economies, and countries prosper. Together, let's stand up for nature to create a better future for all of us. Join us now.
Established in 1994 by Dr. Luke Hoffman, the MAVA Foundation represents his lifelong commitment to nature conservation. A Swiss family philanthropic foundation based in Switzerland with a regional office in Dakar, Senegal, MAVA's grant-making is organized around 4 programs: Coastal West Africa, Mediterranean Basin, Switzerland and Sustainable Economy, and a unit on impact and sustainability. Chaired since 2010 by Andre Hoffman, our mission is to conserve biodiversity by funding, mobilizing, and strengthening our partners and the conservation community. In West Africa, we particularly focused on protecting the most important critical habitats for endangered marine species, conserving priority coastal habitats, preventing and/or reducing the impact of coastal development activities, contributing to sustainable fisheries and the reduction of bycatch, supporting indigenous and community conserved areas. MAVA is currently phasing out its grant programs to coincide with its planned closing at the end of 2022.
MAVA Foundation, a lifelong commitment to people and nature.
Planet Earth has sustained a whole lot. And she keeps on giving. She's been giving life while fighting for her own. You can make a difference now. We all can make a difference. You and all of us can make a difference at APAC 2022.
An organization like AWF that has been in Africa for more than almost 60 years now, we've seen the progress happening on the continent. The question we are trying to answer is, how do we negotiate space for the species in a modernizing Africa? The aspirations of Africans is about economic growth. It's about how do I take my children to school. It's about food, decisions of their future. Conservation has to be African-led. We have no choice. Africa is a young continent. Almost 70% of the people in Africa are below 30. And therefore, conservation must engage the majority of Africans. Current African leaders, they are making decisions today that are going to determine the future of the continent. How do we help them make the decisions between development and conservation? Conservation versus development is a false choice. This is the most important takeaway. You cannot succeed in development without conservation. And the reverse is true. We are not going to be successful in conservation of the continent without development. It's exciting, actually. We are trusted. Because of trust, we are able to have these difficult conversations about conservation and development. But that comes from the trust we have with African governments and people, and the trust comes from how successful we've been for the last 58 years. Many of these species are only found on this continent, and therefore it's our duty to conserve, find solutions, and protect our heritage as Africans. It is a global challenge. This wildlife is only found in Africa, but it belongs to the entire world.
How much do you love nature? Do you remember your first walk in a forest? Your first swim in the ocean? The first time you saw a wild animal? We all love nature. We all depend on nature. More than 40% of the world's oxygen comes from rainforests. 50% of chemical medicines are based on nature. 100% of our food comes from nature. Are we taking this for granted? We need nature to sustain us. IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is the world's largest global environmental network created in 1948. Together, we're working in more than 160 countries for a just world that values and conserves nature. With over 1,000 staff, more than 1,200 member organizations, including governments and NGOs, and almost 11,000 volunteer scientists and experts. Together, we gather the latest knowledge on biodiversity, assessing the status of species, and protecting our natural wonders. We run hundreds of field projects around the world, such as managing water resources, restoring forests, protecting our coasts and oceans, and helping companies improve their environmental performance. We are nature's voice on the international stage. At the IUCN World Conservation Congress, at the United Nations General Assembly, at international environmental negotiations. By investing in solutions offered by nature, we can address today's global challenges. Together, we can stop the extinction of plants and animals, help fight climate change, restore natural resources, boost food security, and reduce poverty. When nature is healthy, our communities, economies, and countries prosper. Together, let's stand up for nature to create a better future for all of us. Join us now.
Established in 1994 by Dr. Luke Hoffman, the MAVA Foundation represents his lifelong commitment to nature conservation. A Swiss family philanthropic foundation based in Switzerland with a regional office in Dakar, Senegal, MAVA's grant-making is organized around 4 programs: Coastal West Africa, Mediterranean Basin, Switzerland and Sustainable Economy, and a unit on impact and sustainability. Chaired since 2010 by Andre Hoffman, our mission is to conserve biodiversity by funding, mobilizing, and strengthening our partners and the conservation community. In West Africa, we particularly focused on protecting the most important critical habitats for endangered marine species, conserving priority coastal habitats, preventing and/or reducing the impact of coastal development activities contributing to sustainable fisheries and the reduction of bycatch, supporting indigenous and community conserved areas. MAVA is currently phasing out its grant programs to coincide with its planned closing at the end of 2022.
MAVA Foundation, a lifelong commitment to people and nature.
Planet Earth has sustained a whole lot. And she keeps on giving. She's been giving life while fighting for her own. You can make a difference now. We all can make a difference. You and all of us can make a difference at APAC 2022.
An organization like AWF that has been in Africa for more than almost 60 years now, we've seen the progress happening on the continent. The question we are trying to answer is, how do we negotiate space for the species in a modernizing Africa? The aspirations of Africans is about economic growth. It's about how do I take my children to school. It's about food, decisions of their future. Conservation has to be African-led. We have no choice. Africa is a young continent. Almost 70% of the people in Africa are below 30. And therefore, conservation must engage the majority of Africans. Current African leaders, they are making decisions today that are going to determine the future of the continent. How do we help them make the decisions between development and conservation? Conservation versus development is a false choice. This is the most important takeaway. You cannot succeed in development without conservation. And the reverse is true. We are not going to be successful in conservation of the continent without development. It's exciting, actually. We are trusted. Because of trust, we are able to have these difficult conversations about conservation and development. But that comes from the trust we have with African governments and people, and the trust comes from how successful we've been for the last 58 years. Many of these species are only found on this continent, and therefore it's our duty to conserve, find solutions, and protect our heritage as Africans. It is a global challenge. This wildlife is only found in Africa, but it belongs to the entire world.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once again for your patience. Just a quick announcement as we await the arrival of our chief guest. Those of you who are requiring translation and have a device with you, these are the channels you need to be aware of. Channel 1 is English, Channel 2 is French, and Channel 3 is Portuguese. Once again, if you are using a translation device, Channel 1 is English, Channel 2 is French, and Channel 3 is Portuguese. Thank you so much. We are awaiting the arrival of our chief guest. Please rise as we welcome our chief guest for this ceremony. The Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Edouard Ngirente. A round of applause for him as he makes his way in. He's also joined by the former President of Niger, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou. Round of applause for him as well. The former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, also joining us. Thank you. Fantastic. You may take your seats. To all ministers and heads of international institutions, all protocols observed, delegates as well, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I want to officially welcome you to the International Union of Conservation of Nature's Africa Protected Areas Congress. My name is Victoria Rubadiri, and I'm a broadcast journalist from Nairobi, Kenya. I will be your master of ceremony for this evening. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be with you today. This is exciting, I must say, considering what COVID actually did to us, isolating us. To have everyone in one room is quite something. This is the first ever continent-wide gathering of African leaders, of citizens, and interest groups. And what are we here to do, essentially? Well, we want to discuss the role of protected areas in conserving nature, in safeguarding our iconic wildlife, and much, much more. Over the next couple of days, the Congress will focus on 3 key streams. And these are protected and conserved areas, people, and indigenous peoples and local communities, and biodiversity. Now, within those 3 streams, we'll also break those down into 6 cross-cutting themes, which I'll get into a bit later on. I won't bore you with those details. And before we get into that, we have an exciting performance from some cultural dancers. Can we give them a hearty round of applause as they make their way center stage? Your Excellencies, delegates, now that is how you open a conference. I think they deserve another round of applause. That was incredible. Now, as all of you already know in this room, Africa plays host to a quarter of all of the globe's biodiversity. And we also support a majority of the Earth's largest population of large mammals as well. But if you haven't seen it already, we also have very diverse landscapes as well, from mangroves to deserts, to tropical forests, grasslands, savannas, and even ice-capped mountains. So it's one thing for me to describe it for you, but another thing to actually see it in action. And indeed, that is why we are all here, stakeholders using our voices to take this agenda forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies and delegates, allow me to introduce our first speaker for this session, Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature.
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Your Excellencies, community leaders, indigenous leaders, members of the IUCN family, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, bonjour and welcome. It is indeed my great honor to be invited to speak with you in Kigali at the opening of the first Africa Protected Areas Congress. And I'd like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank our country hosts, the government of Rwanda, Your Excellency Dr. Edouard Nigarante, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for welcoming us. Your personal engagement speaks volumes about the high-level commitment to nature conservation in Africa. In fact, it inspires us to recognize that there is no cookie-cutter approach to conservation action. Conservation action will need to look differently in every continent and in every region in order to protect nature and wildlife while ensuring the social and economic well-being of its people. And I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank our co-organizers, the African Wildlife Foundation. From Ras Mohammed National Park in the east to the Tubkal National Park in the west, and further south to Kilimanjaro, Arusha, and the Kruger National Park, these and all the other protected and conserved areas in Africa are jewels to the world, each representing and protecting some of the awe-inspiring nature. And you know this far better than I do. 25% of the world's biodiversity can be found in Africa. Throughout all my engagement as president of IUCN, the centrality of protected and conserved area has never been clearer. Protected and conserved areas are not only critical in our fight against biodiversity loss, but also in our fight against climate change. Protected areas, in addition to other nature-based solutions, have the propensity to contribute to 30% of climate mitigation we so desperately need by 2030. Distinguished guests, well-designed and effectively managed and governed protected areas not only serve as bastions for biodiversity, but they are fundamentally and crucially fortify our health, our economy, our society, our very identity and culture. And in the context of such a polarized world, they also form and become symbols of our common humanity. Distinguished guests, given the importance of protected and conserved areas, we need to ensure that these areas are not paper parks or symbolic dots or polygons on a map. Instead, we need to ensure that these areas are in the right places, are effectively and equitably managed for and by indigenous communities, and that they are recognized, well-connected, integrated in the land and seascapes. To do that, we absolutely need to secure additional and sustained long-term financing for them, because as we have learned, revenues from ecotourism can be quickly eroded. In the coming days, as you gather in your working groups, please remember that your deliberations come at a particularly important time when the international community is poised to adopt a global biodiversity framework with a suite of new targets for effective area-based conservation measures. And so we need to seize this moment of global environmental interest to ensure that together we forge a new deal and vision for nature, one with a nature-positive mission, where areas are not only conserved and protected, but are restored, where custodian communities are not excluded, but are empowered, where women and youth are authentically engaged, and where science and local knowledge is embraced and indeed celebrated. IUCN is here to help. Established in 1948, the IUCN is recognized as one of the oldest and largest environmental networks, today with more than 1,400 members and 15,000 international experts, many of whom are present with us today. We continue to innovate and offer knowledge products that form cornerstones of our work on protected areas. From red lists to green lists to the development of the global standard for nature-based solutions, the IUCN stands with you and by you to put nature and biodiversity and society at the forefront of the global agenda. Thank you very much for your
remarks there from Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak. And as she said, there is no cookie cutter approach to addressing conservation issues. And that speaks to the diversity that's in this room. Hopefully that will inform the deliberations in the next couple of days. To the co-convener of this Congress, Mr. Kadu Sebunya, CEO and President of the African Wildlife Foundation. Kindly welcome him with a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage.
Honorable Prime Minister, Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Edmond Guerente, former President of Niger, His Excellency Yusuf Mohamud, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the Minister of Environment, Republic of Rwanda, Jean Mujawa Maria, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Vincent Bitara, Director General of IUCN, Bruno Baal, community leaders, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take a great pleasure in welcoming you to the first ever African Protected Area Congress. What a delight to have you here today this afternoon. But I would like to begin by introducing the African Wildlife Foundation, the oldest, largest Pan-African NGO focused on conservation and based here in Africa. We take pride in being the primary advocate of the protection of wildlife and their habitats as an essential part of modern and prosperous Africa. AWF has had an honor of partnering with the government of Rwanda, IUCN, in planning this landmark event. We are so grateful to the government and the IUCN. For the first time ever, Africa is meeting at home to discuss the role of protected areas. This is Africa. Some people think it's a country, but actually you can fit in some countries. Rich in biodiversity, the forest cover that absorbs carbon more than any other forest on this planet. But where are these protected areas? They are vast, they are many, they are in different categories, about 8,600 of them across the continent, a total size of almost the country of Australia, or 25 times the size of the UK. This is what we are here together to manage, to protect, to understand, and to frame our conversations this week. It's not only protected areas, but conservation areas too. Wildlife is increasingly found outside protected areas. These areas safeguard Africa's iconic wildlife, but also deliver vital life-supporting ecosystem services that we need as human species. They promote sustainable development and conserve Africa's cultural heritage and traditions. The natural heritage that is so important for brand Africa and for our identity as Africans. Protected areas are also source to our basic needs in relation to healthy agricultural soils we need for our food security, providing our livelihoods and assets for economic development. It's a heritage that is so essential to the entire world. Some of the mega natural settings are only found on this continent. It is protected areas that have brought us here, but it's also wildlife that maintains the ecosystem services that these protected areas host. It is the fate of these crucial landscapes and wildlife that will dictate the future of Africa and the Africa we shall have to leave to our next generation. They are so important that they anchor our freshwater systems, contribute to our food security, and they are the central for delivering against global recommendations for adapting to mitigating climate change. These areas are an essential part of our ecological infrastructure for our continent. Protected areas are where domestic water for over 460 million Africans living in the African cities across the continent. Brothers and sisters, they are threatened as we sit here this week. Computer models show us that human species here in this room and elsewhere, we are responsible for the drivers that are impacting these very, very important areas. This you see on the slide is the impact from human activities today, the red aspects. This is human footprints, driven mostly by our aspirations for economic gains and our short-term mindedness. This slide here is a projection of how human footprints will look like by 2050 if we continue with a similar trajectory. But it's not too late to change, and it's not gloom and doom. Africa still holds 30% of the world's biodiversity, and this means we are more advantaged than we may think. And this conference this week provides the perfect opportunity to reset and remodel our aspirations of a modern Africa with a good representation of wildlife and wildlands. Protected areas offers us the anchor points for our future. But we must ensure and we align with urgency the community needs. The aspirations are so vital for the conservation strategies to succeed. We need to put people in the center of everything we do on this continent. I look forward to engaging with you this week as we embark to this important journey of transforming Africa to a sustainable model the whole world needs. Thank you, and welcome to the Africa Congress. Thank you again, Mr. President.
One more round of applause for Mr. Sebunya, CEO of the AWF, for some very sobering remarks, literally painting the picture of what could be if we don't take action now. Now, our next speaker is Monica Medina, Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs of the United States. She'll be addressing us via video.
Hi, I'm Monica Medina, the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs in the U.S. Department of State. I am honored to connect with you all virtually today, and I'm truly inspired by the work of the Africa Protected Areas Congress in rallying people, communities, and governments across Africa to conserve the continent's rich biodiversity and ecosystems. We all know the Earth is facing a twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss. Without substantial action by governments and societies, many species around the world will be driven into extinction, and millions of people around the world will suffer as well. National parks and protected areas are essential to halting biodiversity loss. Without them, many species will not have sufficient habitat to grow, to forage, and to hunt. That's why we must all collectively take action to conserve nature and advance global and domestic 30 by 30 commitments. As you may know, the United States joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People during the Our Ocean Conference in Palau last April. This is part of the U.S. effort to meet President Biden's commitment to conserve at least 30% of American land and waters by 2030. and the United States encourages other countries to be as ambitious as they seek to conserve their lands and waters, including national parks, protected areas, and sustainable agriculture and forestry towards meeting that 30 by 30 target. When it comes down to it, effective conservation involves governments working with businesses, NGOs, indigenous peoples, local communities, and other stakeholders to support livelihoods while maintaining and restoring ecosystems. Your efforts here at APAC are instrumental in the future of biodiversity in Africa. The United States looks forward to working with you to support conservation efforts. Many of us are tracking the progress of the Global Biodiversity Framework, and my wish is that countries are able to negotiate and implement an ambitious GBF to meet the pressing biodiversity challenges of our time. I wish you a successful Congress and look forward to seeing how APAC spurs action towards conservation efforts across Africa. Thank you.
Let's now hear from Mami Mizutori, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be taking part in the first Africa Protected Areas Congress, and I thank the government of Rwanda for hosting this important gathering. Protected and conserved areas are critical to safeguarding Africa's wildlife, ecosystem services, and promoting sustainable development. They are also critical to building resilience. As we speak, the world, and Africa in particular, is facing growing climate and disaster risks, which threaten to increase economic losses, worsen food security, and derail sustainable development. Globally, the cost of disasters has more than doubled over the last 30 years to an average of $170 billion a year. In Africa alone, it is estimated that by 2050, climate impacts could cost African nations $50 billion annually. The continent is already experiencing more extreme droughts, floods, and cyclones. I recently returned from Madagascar, where I saw firsthand how climate-driven disasters are putting the lives and livelihoods of millions on the line. For countries to succeed in reversing this trend, there must be a commitment to reducing disaster risks through the implementation of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. With less than 8 years remaining to fulfill the Sendai Framework and achieve the SDGs, there is a need for solutions that leapfrog implementation. Nature is one of these solutions. It is our first line of defense to regulate global climate, reduce disaster risk, provide food and water, and avoid the spread and emergence of diseases. Integrating disaster risk reduction with protected area management can provide communities natural buffers to reduce the impacts of several hazards. Moreover, it can improve local development through the integrated management of natural resources. The Nairobi Declaration, adopted at the 8th African Regional Platform and 7th High-Level Meeting on Disaster Risk Reduction, recognized this through its call for investments in nature-based solutions. And as international cooperation is critical for scaling up these solutions, we view the African Union Green Recovery Action Plan and the Africa Green Stimulus Program as key instruments to support this. To learn more about the use of nature-based solutions for disaster risk reduction, I invite you to review the Words into Action Guide on the topic, which we developed together with UNEP for practitioners. In closing, I would like to congratulate the organizers and the government of Rwanda on this inaugural Congress, and I thank you for including disaster risk reduction in your deliberations. I wish you a successful gathering. Thank you very much.
Now, Your Excellencies, delegates, as much as this is the official opening of this Congress, there have been some deliberations that led up to today. Now, this included the youth and indigenous peoples and local communities who have been holding pre-Congress sessions. And I'd like to invite two of them to make some brief reflections on what was discussed, and hopefully this will inform some of the debates that we'll be having over the next couple of days. So as they come up on stage, let me give you a sense of who they are. Our first speaker is representing the voices of the indigenous peoples and local communities, and her name is Milka Chepkorir. She is a member of the Sengwer indigenous peoples of Cherangany Hills in Kenya. For the last 6 years, she has been working for the recognition of her community's land rights. Currently, Milka coordinates the Community Land Action Now, a network of Kenyan rural communities striving to register community lands. Next to her is Phoebe Matunda Mzee, who's speaking for the youth. She is a wildlife, environmental, conservationist, and humanitarian who describes herself as a multi-skilled and result-driven young woman. Ladies and gentlemen, Phoebe and Milka.
Thank you, Vicky. Dear dignitaries and all protocols observed, and as we say in our tradition, my elders, my fathers, my mothers, my sisters, my brothers, I greet you all. I'm speaking to you as a Sengwer indigenous woman from Kenya. We indigenous people and local communities, as we call ourselves sometimes, IPLCs, have had many experiences of conservations gone wrong, including human rights violations, forceful evictions, dispossession, displacement, and violence, even to the extent of being killed. Our experience is not unique. People have lost their hunting and gathering, pastures and fishing areas to state-run and private protected areas and have been branded as enemies of the very wildlife that we always lived in peace. This is despite commitments such as the 2003 IUCN World Parks Congress in Durban that agreed to 3 targets, including free, prior, and informed consent for the establishment of new protected areas, meaningful participation by IPLCs in the governance of protected areas, and restitution of lands that have been lost by these communities to conservation. 20 years later, though, here we still are talking about the same things. And I'd like to point out that it wasn't easy at all for us to be here and obtain a meaningful space to offer our views and proposed solutions for the way forward. At the same time, we know our world is facing a crisis and we are losing biodiversity at a very frightening rate. And climate is changing, making our planet unlivable for us all. Unfortunately, the conservation responses adopted in the colonial times have been sustained and even refined with increased militarization. These approaches have not only failed to offer a real solution to this crisis, but they have also caused untold harm and trauma to the citizens, which governments should have looked at as conservators. To say this is in the past is a lie. As you listen to me right now, it's happening to some of my sisters and brothers in the continent. We only conclude that the money provided to African governments and international NGOs in support of these actions have been and continue to be the primary driver to these pervasive, persistent, and often perverse practices. Nevertheless, in the occasion of the first African Protected and Conserved Areas Congress here in Kigali, we hope with our ancestors and our future generations that things will and can change. A group of IPLC representatives from across the continent met over the last 2 days and discussed, and we call for the following: that the ongoing threats, intimidation, violence, and violent evictions, land alienation and criminalization and imprisonment of elders and leaders from these communities must stop. That African governments advance their efforts to recognize, accord, and respect the customary collective tenure rights of IPLCs. That achievement of the proposed 30 by 30 targets should not result in the loss of IPLC land, but will instead engage, enable, and empower us to be primary stewards of these areas. That the governments respect and implement decisions from the various AU mechanisms and structures, including ceasing resistance to implementation of the already awarded resolutions and judgments. That conservation development and development support should be channeled directly to our traditionally recognized institutions to strengthen and promote the governance systems of communities, and that new mechanisms and practices to be developed be channeling direct funding to IPLCs in order to address climate change and biodiversity at the very point of impact. Conservation funders need to take the responsibility to end funding to organizations and governments that do not respect rights-based approach to conservation, and particularly to stop enabling militarization of conservation. The institutional frameworks are created by the Kigali Kigali call to action will enable IPLC meaningful participation and engage partners in the implementation and the follow-up of the various calls and declarations in the future meetings like APAC and other conferences. As we settle down to several days of conversations here in Kigali with one another, may the future of our planet judge us favorably for the actions that we take and the declarations that we make. Our trauma, our rights, and our wish to be the African primary natural resource conservators should not be once again swept under the rug. I urge governments and conservation organizations to forge strong and direct partnerships with us, the local indigenous people and local communities, to protect and care for our lands, improve biodiversity outcomes, and together all ensure that our world continues to sustain all life. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, good afternoon. My name is Phoebe Matunda Mzee, a young Kenyan African youth today on stage representing the voice of the greatest percentile of the African population, which is the youth. On behalf of the African Protected Areas Congress Youth Delegation, that's covering all regions across Africa, representing 23 countries in Africa and 65 passionate youth ready for conservation and leadership, I present to you the youth voice that has been consolidated during the APAC pre-Congress over the past few days. With the voice of my peers in my hands, the aspirations and dreams of my generation, I stand to deliver to you a united youth voice that has at its core the mission to secure a home for our dreams and dreams for the African youth. We acknowledge the work of the previous generations for all the progress that has been made, and we encourage you to ensure institutional memory and succession plans, for this is the real essence of sustainability. We agree that we must walk the talk as youth, and help will find us along the way. In the words of the Honorable Minister of Environment of Rwanda during the APAC Youth Pre-Congress, if you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, take a step as African youth coming together for the APAC Youth Pre-Congress, we took that step. We, the youth, have secured a seat within APAC to raise our voices and participate at high tables. We all want a stronger voice for the African youth, but that needs financial and technical support to achieve it because it's not as easy as it seems. We as youth are not here to commentate on conservation-based issues. Rather, we want to be capacity builders in all sectors and levels, and we admit that working with the youth cannot be easy and might be challenging at times, but it's a rewarding process and a necessary process. We admit our attitude as youth needs to change in order to reach the future we want, but so does yours. Have we kept the promises of Sydney? Only you can tell us. But moving forward, as APAC youth, we must be integrated in the implementation and monitoring and evaluation processes. We must continue the journey, but now more than ever, with intentional inclusion of the African youth in order to enhance diversity, quality, and diversity in governance and management, to invest in solutions that help to halt biodiversity loss, improve food and water security, and promote human health and dignity. Our clock is ticking. Our tomorrow as youth is not promised, so our dreams are in jeopardy. We must act now. For what we do now affects our tomorrow. So I challenge you, amongst all the discussions within APAC, all engagements, to deliberately think of how the youth will be involved in that action. We as the APAC youth, we have already started working on implementation of our recommendations from the pre-Congress, from documentation of indigenous knowledge to pulling together bankable projects to get pool funding, to capacity building youth by training trainers to scale up best practices, to being ready to stand in between the gap of communities and conservation ideologies such as 30 by 30. And as seen, we as young people, we are already taking steps to secure our future. We would like to invite you to meet us on this journey. The future is here. We are the future. We are the vision bearers. We are partners in the vision. We look forward to engaging constructively in the APAC Congress and yield fruitful outcomes for the African youth. Today, as African youth here at APAC, we are making a marriage proposal to you to be our partners in the vision, and it is up to you to decide whether you accept the proposal. Thank you very much.
Amazing, amazing. You know, while I was seated over there listening to Milka and Phoebe, I don't know if you had the same thought, but I felt if the future of our planet is in the hands of the likes of Phoebe and Milka, we'll be okay. We'll actually be okay. So thank you so much, Phoebe and Milka, for your spirited and passionate submissions. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Dr. Bruno Oberle, the Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, to make his remarks.
Dr. Edward Ngirente, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Jeanne d'Arc Ujaba Maria, Minister of Environment of Republic of Rwanda, and dear friend. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. After the challenges caused by COVID-19 pandemic, I am happy to be here with you, with over 2,000 participants from more than 50 African nations. I cannot stress enough how important this Congress is for nature, for the continent, and for the world. This is the first time African leaders, citizens, and stakeholders are gathering to conserve Africa's rich natural heritage for the benefit of its people and environment. We have already had 2 vibrant pre-Congress events led by youth and indigenous people in local community. The outcomes of this event have to guide and to inform the discussion in the next days. And over these next 6 days, we will learn about African leadership and commitment. We will hear about the action that will enhance the effective governance and management of protected and conserved areas. I'm eager to hear about the launch of Pan-African networks and tools which will include sustainable finance mechanisms. In particular, I look forward to the adoption of a strong Kigali APAC action plan. It is not only a moral imperative. It is because there is simply not development against nature. There is no development without nature. Protected and conserved areas, when managed well, can contribute so strongly to sustainable development. Countries here in Africa know this well. The mountain gorilla, a charismatic animal, lives in the forest of Uganda and Rwanda. It's a famous example. Just last month, BBC reported on how, around 40 years ago, there were 600 mountain gorilla left here. Now, thanks to conservation efforts, the population is grown and over 1,000 individuals are living there. Most importantly, local people benefit from it. The inspiring article quoted from communities around Uganda's windy, impenetrable forest who get 20% of the revenue from the park. And now, former poachers who have gained new livelihoods, who have gained new opportunities to take care of their families, are proud ambassadors of the conserved areas. This is one example. We could go on. Kruger Park, 60% of the GDP of the region around the Kruger Park base roots into the conserved areas. In all sub-Saharan Africa, up to 10% of the GDP comes from protected areas. And this, even if the investment is very small, we are giving so few back to nature. The return is 1 to 10, 1 to 100, 1 to 1,000. And it is not only about economy. I had the honor to visit the Nyandungu Eco Park here in the city of Kigali today. This is clear. It's so contributing so much to the life of the community of the city. It is not only a very wise investment, it is simply beautiful. It gives hope to the children that were there, asking us to stay there. We will probably not be able to stay there, but this remembering, this gathering, this adventure to protect and recreate nature, this will rest with them. This will rest with the future of the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, these areas are critical for the survival of the planet. And the more we manage them for the benefit of people and nature, the more we will build a future where everyone, human and animal, thrives. In closing, I would like to thank the Republic of Rwanda for generously hosting us and organizing this event. And I wish also to give a special thank to the many, many experts, actionists, professionals that made this event possible. Thank you very much. I wish to thank all of you for making the time and effort to be here. All of you will play an active part in forging a new vision for the continent that elevates biodiversity so that it becomes a key part of Africa's sustainable development path to the future. As said by Wangari Maathai, the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, we owe it to ourselves and to the next generation to conserve the environment so that we can bequeath our children a sustainable world that benefits all. You will lead and be an example to the world, and we will succeed together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Orbelo, and for that beautiful reminder from the late Wangari Maathai. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me by rising as we welcome our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Edouard Ngirente, as he comes to officially open the Congress. Round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good afternoon. As the youth representative has said, we must act now. That was a very good message to us. Excellency Mohamed Issoufou, former President of the Republic of Niger, Excellency Haile Mariam, former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, honorable ministers here present, Mr. Bruno Oberle, Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Mr. Kadu Sebunya, the CEO and the President of the African Wildlife Foundation, distinguished guests. As we gather here today to discuss the critical role of protected areas in Africa, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you, Excellencies and distinguished guests, to Kigali, the capital city of the Republic of Rwanda. I would like to start by thanking the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and the African Wildlife Foundation for partnering with us in organizing this Africa Protected Area Congress here in Kigali. The government of Rwanda has made biodiversity conservation as one of our national priorities. This is because we know that biodiversity conservation plays a key role in supporting our economic development through different sectors. Many people are directly or indirectly employed by this sector and its associated activities. In fact, tourism is one of the key pillars of our economy that we must pay special attention to. Like other African economies and globally, tourism is one of the sectors most negatively affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Although this sector is now recovering in terms of number of tourists visiting the country, the lag effect will be felt for some time. About 2 hours ago, we launched the Nyandungu Ecotourism Park. This urban wetland has been transformed from a degraded wetland to an educational and recreational facility. But as much as the tourism income is vital for Rwanda, this is not what primarily drives in our conservation efforts. were driven by the fact that conservation of biodiversity and sustaining our economy, our ecosystem, are key enablers in our promoting green and sustainable development. From our different green initiatives, Rwanda has now achieved its target of more than 30% of national forest cover. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Africa is rich in biodiversity, perhaps the richest in the world. We have the most beautiful rivers, forests, mountains, and a variety of wildlife that can only be found on this continent. We must therefore spare no effort in protecting and conserving this diversity. As human beings, we all depend on a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment to survive. It is therefore of mutual benefit that the ecosystem is well taken care of, as consequences of not doing so are severe to human life. Excellencies, Africa boasts of significant natural resources that can be used to promote industrialization and structural economic transformation. This can be done through value addition strategies in all sectors. Given the huge social and economic benefits of protected and conserved areas, it is my conviction that this African Protected Areas Congress will chart pathway toward resilience and sustainable conservation of our biodiversity for economic transformation. There is also an urgent need for African countries to increase the level of investment in biodiversity and ecosystem services. This call for strong public and private partnership in sustainably protecting, restoring, and managing Africa's rich biodiversity. It is high time that African policymakers put in place strong measures and strategies to ensure that the devastation of our rich biodiversity is stopped. These policy measures are of a big importance in assisting Africa to realize full benefits from its conservation efforts for its people. I'm therefore looking forward to the consensus of this Congress toward environmental conservation, and especially when it comes to raising sustainable and sufficient funding for protecting our environments. Before I end my remarks, I would like to, of course, particularly to invite you to take some time and visit our beautiful sites around the country. It is now my pleasure to declare the African Protected Area Congress officially open, and I wish you fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister for the Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Edouard Ngirente, for your remarks and officially opening this Congress. Now, at this juncture, Your Excellencies and delegates, we'll have a short breather. This will allow for our chief guest, our two former heads of state and honorable ministers, to take a photo downstairs. I'll call on the protocol teams to help guide them just outside of the room. After this, we'll have a plenary panel session as well, just to get a bit deeper into what was talked about in the speeches, in the videos, and of course, in the various submissions that were made earlier on today. So at this juncture, to our chief guest, our former heads of state, honorable ministers, VIP guests, and our two co-conveners, AWF and IUCN, kindly make your way downstairs where you'll take a group photo to remember this momentous occasion. We'll allow them to take their leave and then they'll come back into the room. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So at this point, we request that delegates still remain in the room, and we'll also have the team get us set up for the panel. Now, I want to do a small activity. I promise it's not difficult. It is very, very easy. I want to know who is in the room. So I believe we have a roving mic. Do we have a roving mic? And this is simple. So anyone who wants to volunteer your name, organization, and how you say hello in your local language. All right? So we have a roving mic. Do I see the team? Great, they have it coming around. Any volunteer? So I'm passing some of my talking burden on to you as the MC. We have a hand up right there. Can we get it to the lady right there? Wonderful, another one there. I love this enthusiasm. Great, let's get the mic over there. Wonderful, so you can start with your name, your organization, I see you, and how you say hello in your local language. Go ahead.
Immaculate Chelangat is my name, and I'm from Uganda, from Mount Elgon in particular. I am a Kalenjin, but we say, in my own language, Kupsabin, we say, Haleye.
Haleye. Did I get that correctly?
Yes.
Oh, wow, first time. Fantastic. Thank you so much for volunteering. Wonderful, you may take your seat. I had another hand up just 2 rows back and then right here in the front as well. We'll come to you. Yes.
Thank you. Happy to be here. My name is Aissa Traore. I work for IUCN. I'm from Mali. We say Iniche.
Inche. Wonderful. Thank you. Great. Some eager hands right there in the back. I'm favoring this side of the room. We need to get to that region of the room as well, but let's come to you, sir.
Bonjour, c'est Boubacar, je viens de la Mauritanie. Et nous, en Poulard, on dit Mbadon. En Poulard, c'est bonjour.
Fantastic, thank you. I will not attempt to repeat that. Let's go to the back of the room. The hand waving vigorously right in the back.
Hi everyone, I'm Lilian. I come from Madagascar, National Parks. In Malagasy, we say Manawawona Tawultupko.
More power to you. There's no way I'm repeating that. Fantastic, thank you for sharing. Let's go to the back of the room. They've been really patient. Right there, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Asafa. I'm from Ethiopia. In my language, hi means salam. Salam. Thank you very much.
Salam, thank you. From Ethiopia, wonderful. Right next to him.
Hello, everybody. I'm Koko Bisimwa from DR Congo. In our language, we say Mbote Labino.
Mbote Labino. I hope I said that correctly. Wonderful. We'll take 3 more hands this side of the room. And I'll come to you as well. Yes, I can see your hand. Thank you. Right there in the middle. Fantastic.
Bonsoir. Je m'appelle Emini Timothée. Je suis peuple autochtone Baka du Cameroun. Et en ma langue, pour dire bonjour, on dit Mojukwe.
Mojukwe from Cameroon. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's get to this side of the... far region of the room there, I can see a hand. And sir, I'll come to you in the blue. Yeah, I can see you. Fantastic. We'll come to you.
Bonsoir à tous. Je suis Kadiatou Ahmed Silla de la République de Guinée, spécialement de la zone côtière. Et donc, chez nous, pour dire bonjour à tous, nous disons « Oh mama ».
Oh, mama. Beautiful. Has such a melodic tone to it. Thank you so much from Guinea. All right, so we'll come to the front. The gentleman in the beautiful blue. Right in the front, right in the front. Thank you.
Salam alaikum, bonjour tout le monde. Dans ma langue, le tamazight, qui est parlé en Afrique du Nord et au Sahel, pour dire bonjour, on dit Tifawen. Mais comme nous sommes un peuple, Tifawen.
Tifawen.
Mais comme nous sommes aussi un peuple nomade, pasteur dans les déserts, l'une des premières choses qu'un nomade demande à quelqu'un quand il le rencontre, Iselen, qui veut dire habari en Swahili.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Asante sana. Thank you. We have two more hands to that side of the room. Oh, the gentleman right next to him. Yes. And then we'll come to that side of the room.
Bonjour, moi je viens du Bénin et dans ma langue locale, on dit Mifon Gandia. Mifon Gandia.
Mifo Gandia. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get the two other hands on that side of the room. We'll come to this end. Thank you, sir.
Buenas a todos. Yo procedo de Guinea Ecuatorial y en mi lengua local, que somos fan, decimos Ambolo.
Abolo. Thank you, thank you. The hand right over there, third row.
Thank you. My name is Mjomere Providence. I'm coming from Rwanda. To say hi, in morning we say Mwaramutse. And in afternoon we say Mwiriwe.
Can you say that a bit louder?
In morning we say Mwaramutse.
Naramutse.
Mwaramutse.
Okay.
Then in afternoon we say good morning. We say Mwiriwe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I thought we went to English in Kinyarwanda. Thank you. Let's head to the back of the room, and we'll come to this side as well. If we can get a mic to this side of the room as well. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jibril Adam. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. And in our country, we say habari.
Habari yako. Thank you, fellow Kenyan there. I see a hand, the lady in the green, if we can come to the front. Right over there. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nadine Selim. I'm from IUCN. I'm based in Switzerland, but originally from Egypt. And in Egypt, in Arabic, we say Ahlan wa Sahlan.
My Arabic is terrible, so I won't repeat that, but thank you. From Egypt, fantastic, via Switzerland. All right, let's go to the back of the room. I see a hand there. We can start here first. Go ahead.
Bonsoir à tous. Je suis le vice-coigneur de Bafsam du Cameroun. Chez nous, on dit PVA pour dire bonsoir. Bien, que la paix soit avec vous.
Okay, thank you. All right, our chief guest is back in the room. We'll take two more. Two more. There's a hand up here. And then we'll come to the gentleman here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Kenya, we've had the national greetings, but coming from the Sengwer and many of the Kalenjins, we say Chamge.
Chamge. I'm from the Kipsigis, so that is certainly one of the languages that we also speak. Fantastic. And the last one here. The gentleman right over here.
Merci bien.
Moi, c'est Jean Bosco Zongo. Je viens du Burkina Faso. Et pour dire bonjour dans ma langue maternelle, on dit ne ibero. Et pour dire bonsoir, on dit ne zabre.
My goodness, I think that was all the greetings wrapped up in one. Thank you so much, delegates, for your indulgence as we move on to the plenary panel session. And at this juncture, I'd like to invite the moderator for this particular session, and that is Mr. Mohamed Vali Musa. He's the Deputy Chairperson of the Presidential Climate Commission in South Africa, and also the former President of the International Union of Conservation for Nature. Round of applause for him. And on the panel, we have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Right Honorable Hailemariam Desalegn, also joining the panel. Please join in round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. The former President of Niger, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, also joining the panel. Thank you. The Minister of Environment in Rwanda, Dr. Jean-Jacques Mujawamariya, also joining as well. The Minister of Environment in Nigeria, Honorable Mohammed Abdullahi, also joining the panel. Round of applause. Last but not least, the Minister for Tourism and Wildlife in the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Najib Balala. Mr. Vali Musa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. When Kadru Semenya invited me some months ago to participate in this event, he said that together with me there would be a distinguished panel of African leaders who would set the tone for discussions the remainder of the week. And I didn't know Kadru very well, so I thought that he was exaggerating. But that was no exaggeration whatsoever. I think that this Congress can be very lucky that we have this panel here to set the tone and to kick things off for us. Let me greet everybody present here, especially all of my friends from the IUCN family. It's so wonderful to see you here, and everybody else who are present here. Let me also express gratitude to both IUCN and Mr. Kadru's organization, the African Wildlife Foundation, for pulling this together. 20 years ago, I was Minister for Environment in President Thabo Mbeki's cabinet, and I had hosted the World Parks Congress in Durban. And from that time, we were of the view that there was a need for an African Parks Congress where we can do things for ourselves, where we can get together as Africans, talk amongst ourselves and decide what our priorities are. It took a long time, but here we are, and I'm extremely excited about it. Now, if I may say to the panelists, we heard wonderful speeches this afternoon, and I don't want to repeat any of that. But all of those indicated the urgency for us to do more for conservation and for protected areas. But as leaders on the African continent, we know, and I know, that if I walk down the street and talk to ordinary people and ask them, what is it you would like the government to do? The chances are they are going to say, the government must create jobs for my children. The children are coming out of school, they don't have jobs. We want proper health care. We want security and peace. In many parts of the continent, people don't feel safe. In my own country, people don't feel safe because of crime. In other places, people don't feel safe because of other sorts of reasons. It is hardly likely that when you talk to an ordinary person in the street, he's going to say, government, leave everything else and go and create protected areas. It's hardly likely that one is going to hear that. And in that circumstance, how do we take forward the message that we have heard from the conservation leaders this afternoon? I'd just like to open up, perhaps to give each panelist about 3 minutes. It's very difficult for me to say to former presidents and prime ministers for how long to talk, but I'm only suggesting maybe you want to talk for about 3 minutes, as such, you know. We will, since I started speaking, we will continue in this direction, and perhaps we can go on to the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia to start off, and then we'll go on.
Thank you very much, our moderator. First of all, I'm very delighted today, simply because we have all sections of society and groups from conservation community. And basically, I'm also very happy because we have a local community and the indigenous people represented and our youth represented today. This is uniquely African Congress, so we need to embrace all those things. I think if we have all of us loud in our voice to our people, everybody can easily understand. From the time I was in a childhood, things has completely changed now. I was born in rural Ethiopia, and we were able to collect, wild fruits from the forests. While coming back from school, we were not starving because that was available. And I was thinking when the youth were speaking in front of us, what do they think now? Because I don't think they are seeing now that kind of opportunity, because most of our forests has been destroyed, and they see in many cases degraded lands. And even the wildlife we are talking today, some of them are extinct, and I haven't seen them in my lifetime, maybe 40, 50 years. Now I have seen lots of those animals, wildlife, but they are not able to do so. So I think if we can deepen the real cause in this Congress and speak loud, our people can hear. Because there is a stark example. You gave me 3 minutes, I will abide to that. But look today, yesterday I was looking in the media, Europe has dried up, and in many places you see wildfire, and also a shortage of water everywhere. And that has never happened maybe 10 years ago. And now you see in Asia monsoon rain and heavy floods. So unpredictable and changing climate, which is so much visible. So I think it is high time now to explain easily what's going on and what we should do as a community. I'm glad that we are together and we can discuss, we can have our common position, therefore we can advocate for that. And governments has to lead this process. I think this is very important, not only other international NGOs. For Africans, I should say, we Africans, we should be at the driving seat. We shouldn't wait for international NGOs to come and work for us. And I think this is very important. Yes, the colonial legacy in conservation and protected areas has created lots of havoc to our people. But nevertheless, there are also positive things that we can learn from that. And avoiding those bad things, we should learn those positive things and push forward, adjusting to our own conditions and advocate for that. I think our people are ready to listen now.
Thank you very much.
C'est mon tour. Bien, je voudrais vous dire merci et en même temps dire que je salue Et je me réjouis d'être ici à Kigali. Je salue et je félicite le président Paul Kagame pour son leadership, parce que le Rwanda aujourd'hui est un modèle de la conservation et de la protection de la nature. Je pense que le président Kagame fait partie des leaders politiques qui ont compris que l'homme et la nature ne sont pas des ennemis. L'homme et la nature sont des alliés. L'homme fait partie de la nature. L'homme est un élément de la biodiversité. Et le président Kagame fait partie de ces leaders qui ont compris également que le développement doit avoir pour priorité justement la nature. Cela parce que nous le savons, nos vies et nos économies et notre prospérité dépendent effectivement de la nature. C'est cette vision qui est importante, cette vision du développement centrée sur la nature, centrée sur l'homme. C'est cette vision qui est prise en compte d'ailleurs dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, l'agenda de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Et il se trouve d'ailleurs que les aires protégées et conservées font partie des mécanismes qui permettent de réaliser cette vision de l'Afrique que nous voulons, du développement centré sur la nature, du développement centré effectivement sur l'homme. Et ces aires protégées et conservées permettent, comme cela a été dit d'ailleurs dans le discours qu'on a entendu cet après-midi, ces aires protégées permettent bien sûr de protéger la biodiversité. Elles permettent également de protéger, de conserver les écosystèmes. Il faut le rappeler, malheureusement, l'Afrique a perdu 50% de ses écosystèmes pendant les 50 dernières années. Les aires protégées et conservées permettent également, on le sait, de renforcer, de promouvoir le développement durable, de promouvoir la résilience des communautés, de leur assurer la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Elle crée des emplois, cela a été abondamment dit, surtout pour l'Afrique qui aujourd'hui voit arriver sur le marché du travail 12 millions de jeunes chaque année sur le marché du travail. Donc ces aires protégées et conservées sont des opportunités pour créer des emplois, donc pour lutter contre la pauvreté, pour lutter contre les inégalités. Elles permettent aussi, comme on l'a dit, de promouvoir la santé humaine, de préserver des maladies. Et d'ailleurs, la COVID-19 vient de nous rappeler qu'il y a une liaison étroite entre conservation, protection de la nature, santé et également développement. Donc, il s'agit d'une question essentielle, d'une question importante. Les aires protégées et conservées ont un rôle économique et social extrêmement important, un rôle économique et social majeur. Mais malheureusement, ce qu'on constate, c'est qu'elles sont malheureusement sous-financées. Pourtant, sans elles, on est tous convaincus qu'il est impossible de réaliser les objectifs du développement durable. Il est impossible de réaliser les objectifs de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Ces aires sont importantes et je voudrais rappeler ici que d'après les Nations Unies, la réalisation des ODD, des objectifs de développement durable, permettra aux entreprises de tirer des bénéfices économiques à hauteur de près de 12 000 milliards de dollars, 12 billions de dollars. C'est pour dire que le rôle des aires protégées et conservées est un rôle majeur, est un rôle important, mais comme je l'ai dit, elles sont malheureusement sous-financées. C'est ce que je constate au Niger, où nous avons une politique de mise en place de conservation des aires protégées et et conservées. Nous avons plusieurs catégories d'aires de ce type, des forêts classées au parc agroforestier, avec également des forêts protégées, avec des réserves intégrales, des sanctuaires, avec des réserves totales de faune, des réserves partielles de faune, des réserves de biosphère, etc., etc. Mais malheureusement, ces aires sont menacées parce qu'elles sont sous-financées. Elles sont menacées aussi à cause des questions de sécurité qui se posent aujourd'hui dans le Sahel, avec les menaces terroristes et les menaces des organisations criminelles. Par ailleurs, on constate que même là où il existe des financements, ces financements ne sont pas toujours adaptés. Je peux donner un exemple, c'est l'exemple de la Grande Muraille Verte. La Grande Muraille Verte, c'est ce projet phare de l'Union africaine, de l'agenda 2063, qui concerne 11 pays du Sahel, du Sénégal jusqu'à Djibouti, en passant par des pays comme la Mauritanie, le Mali, le Burkina, le Niger, le Nigeria, le Tchad, le Soudan, Djibouti, l'Éthiopie et l'Érythrée également. Il s'agit d'un projet majeur de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine qui prévoit de restaurer, et cela est important de le souligner, qui prévoit de restaurer 100 millions d'hectares de terre, qui prévoit de séquestrer 250 millions de tonnes de carbone. Et surtout, ce projet prévoit de créer 10 millions d'emplois pour les jeunes. C'est donc un projet majeur. Et en janvier 2021, au One Planet Summit de Paris, on a pu mobiliser pour ce projet 19 milliards de dollars. 19 milliards de dollars. Et on a mis en place un accélérateur pour accélérer la mise en œuvre de ce projet. Mais malheureusement, les obstacles à la mise en œuvre de ce projet sont principalement, d'abord, la faible capacité des États à concevoir des projets, mais ensuite, c'est aussi les procédures des donateurs pour pouvoir décaisser les financements. C'est pour cela que je parle de financements parfois inadaptés, même si les financements existent, et ces financements sont inadaptés parce que les procédures sont diverses et ces procédures sont autant d'obstacles dans la mise en œuvre rapide des projets. C'est pour cela que, dans le cas d'espèce, il aurait fallu peut-être mettre en place un fonds commun de l'ensemble des donateurs pour ce projet, une espèce de fonds fiduciaire. Et les fonds fiduciaires, comme on le sait, sont souvent des mécanismes auxquels on a recours pour faire face à des questions d'urgence, que ce soit des questions climatiques, que ce soit des questions de santé, etc., etc. Donc, pour ce genre de projet, pour ce genre d'urgence, parce qu'on a une situation d'urgence climatique, il faut mettre en place ce genre de mécanisme avec des fonds fiduciaires qui peuvent permettre de mobiliser des volumes importants de ressources et qui sont suffisamment flexibles pour pouvoir répondre effectivement à l'urgence. Il n'y a pas que ces mécanismes, bien sûr, il faut mobiliser d'autres mécanismes tels que les obligations vertes. Cela est important pour le financement donc, du climat et en particulier pour le financement des aires protégées et des aires conservées. On peut également, comme on le sait, avoir recours au marché de carbone. Cela est aussi important. Et les États également peuvent s'engager à mettre en place des incitations fiscales pour donc, encourager la protection de la nature. Donc, comme je l'ai dit, nous sommes vraiment devant une urgence climatique. Et tout le monde est interpellé. Les gouvernements sont interpellés. Les collectivités locales sont interpellées. Les communautés locales sont interpellées. Les sociétés civiles sont interpellées. Le secteur privé est interpellé. Nous devons tous nous mobiliser face à cette urgence climatique. Nous devons tous avoir cette sagesse, je dirais la sagesse de la girafe. Vous savez, la girafe qui est un peu le symbole de la conservation, c'est un animal qui voit loin, qui voit au-dessus de l'horizon, très loin. Il faut que nous ayons, nous, cette sagesse de la girafe. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, former Prime Minister and President. As you could see, our not brave enough to stop the president. But actually it wasn't that. I wish he had gone on for longer, because these are the things that need to be said. The Prime Minister had said one very important thing that really stuck with me, and that is that if we want our people to support what we are doing as far as nature conservation is concerned, then it must be on our terms, our program, and it must be an African agenda. We've got to do it for ourselves. If we do that, if people think that we are conserving nature because Europeans are telling us to do so, they are never going to be too enthusiastic about it. But if they think we're doing it for ourselves, it will be. That's the message. Thank you, Prime Minister. The President has made an important point, and that is that you don't have to say either jobs or nature conservation or such things, that there's a continuum, that nature conservation is one of the important links in the chain of jobs, healthcare, a better life, security, and combating climate change, that this is all part of one chain. And I loved the way, President, that you had put that, and I think that it is being recorded. I'm quite certain that that is going to be viewed by many people. Unfortunately for the ministers, they have no leeway as far as time is concerned. There is no leeway whatsoever. Stick to your time. Madam, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. It is really very important that this Congress is taking place in Kigali, a country that is well known for conserving the biodiversity. We have understood long ago as Rwanda that you cannot talk about nature without talking about people. And you cannot talk about people without talking about nature. Everything we do, we put people in the center, and we put environment at the heart of every policy, programs, projects. That's why you can see that in this room, the Minister of Environment is seated with the Minister of Finance, for her to understand that when she's doing planning in finance, the environment should be at the center. Rwanda is the only country when we do budget appreciation in the Ministry of Finance, the Minister of Environment is seated with the Minister of Finance to make sure that all programs and all ministries are putting environment at the heart of their program. That's why you can see that in this room, our Minister of Justice is seated there to make sure that we do justice to the nature. And of course, our conservation efforts, we put the people in the center. When we move people from the wetland, it's not that we like wetland more than our people. We want to protect them and to involve them to restore the wetland. When we care for gorillas, it's not that we love gorillas than our human being, because those gorillas are the resources earning. We earn resources from those gorillas, and we give 10% of the revenue to the community, the surrounding community. We build schools, we build health centers around the volcano park for our people. And they are the ones who are the guardians of those gorillas. So there are resources that we are having back home that we don't need to go abroad to search for funding opportunities. We have opportunities here back home. We have our people. When we are talking about reforestation, for example, we don't need to go abroad to find people to help us to reforest our villages. If each family plants 3 trees per year, Africa will be green. That's why in Rwanda, next October, every family should plant 3 trees in their backyard. If your backyard is full of trees, you plant to the nearest road for our road to be as green as we wish. So these communities of ours, you were saying that if you go out, you ask people what they would like their government to do. I'm sure Rwandans will say that protect the environment, but give us green job, and that is what we do. So our community are the guardians of our effort in environment conservation. We look forward to more partnership to be able to do more. Even if we can do more with less, of course, putting people at the center of everything we do. We have the community work every last Saturday of the month. People here in Rwanda, they go out of their house, they do community work, they plant trees, they clean streets, because they are the first resources that we are having. So we should start from home before going outside to search for funding. I thank you.
Minister Abdullahi.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say from the submissions of the younger people who spoke to us from Kenya, it's apparent that nature conservation is not just a global emergency, but it's a conscious emergency. As African leaders, we have to re-examine our conscience and see what we are bequeathing for younger generations. I would have loved to speak about Nigeria's conservation effort in terms of policy to strengthen the legal framework for conservation activities. But I'm not a prime minister, so I have 3 minutes to speak. So I'll go straight to a few things I jotted that I think that as a Pan-African action to support conservation activities in the continent. First, I think we need a very strong, measurable, and sovereign, individual sovereign commitment from nations in Africa for the expansion and preservation of protected areas, for us to meet the minimum standard of 25% conservation. Then 2, I think that we need to, in our national plans, each country to prioritize nature and development in line with SDGs. Thirdly, I think we need a broad stakeholder engagement from the community to the youth to the elders, and in fact, to law enforcement, so that we can begin to look at nature conservation as a moral obligation for each citizen of a country. Then I think we also need to promote stakeholder rights and benefits, particularly of those within the protected areas, so that they can begin to see conservation as part of an obligation. Not only they can also have some kind of resilience programs that can enhance their continuous support and sustainable support for the conservation areas. And then finally, I think we need to have what I call an APAC fund, that is independent of our partners, but that can be utilized for African airports in terms of conservation activities. So like I said, this is a conscious emergency, and the time is ripe for us as African nations to act. That is why I quite agree with the spirit of the Congress here in Kigali, and hope we leave here with very positive action plan going forward. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister Mohammed, and my elders here. And also I give respect to my sister and the host country, Rwanda, for inviting us here and finally holding this important meeting. Definitely, I think the truth must be told. Wildlife conservation has never been an African affair. It has always been a foreign affair. We depend on if there is funding from overseas and from NGOs, then conservation of wildlife takes place. The failure, us as Africans and as government, we haven't invested enough in wildlife conservation. It is driven by donors. The agenda is donor-related, and we are actually spectators. And the by default benefit has been tourism. By default. And when the pandemic happened, immediately we realized there's no revenue streams coming back. In Kenya, we lost 90% of our revenues because there was no tourism to support conservation. We supported $20 million to pay salaries for 1 year to community rangers, not government rangers, community rangers, because then we can be able to continue with the agenda. So I like what Prime Minister El Mariam said. Let's create our own funding. Let's create our own position. I want to also appreciate the NGOs and the foreign funders for all this time they've been supporting. But I think it's time for us to reflect internally. I feel very strongly we have not invested enough in wildlife conservation. The protected areas we are talking about, these are actually being designed before by the colonialists before they left. Maybe we haven't done enough. We haven't grown the space. We need to grow the space, but our people must be in the center of this space. So conservation does not become a donor-funded project. It becomes a mainstream, and my sister, you have said, your Minister of Finance is there. Our ministers of finance does not even recognize wildlife or tourism is part of it. And this is where the suffering is. It's an attitude that we need to change. Even tourism is not about a white man coming from Europe to a holiday. Tourism must be us Africans first to tour our place. And these are lessons from the pandemic. When we didn't have the foreigners and the whites, we became tourists. We all became tourists, and we should continue to become tourists. We have 1.4 billion Africans, but none of them travel to each other. We can easily go to Paris, London, the USA, but not to Kigali. Going to Dubai is cheaper, going to Juba is expensive. That is the contradiction of looking at what is benefiting our people. And I can tell you, my dear colleagues and the audience, if we just invest in Africa, and ourselves must invest in it, we will benefit much more. in terms of foreign tourists who come to Africa, are only 72 million. Spain alone gets 84 million tourists. So, the issue of funding, let's put $10 as a levy per every foreign tourist who come into Africa, and we will generate $1 billion every year, and it can go to conservation. I think I want to end up there, but I want to say also, we have solutions, Africans. We have gone to school, we had problems, but also in government, we are not all thieves. We also want to do the right things. Yes. Because when you go to donors, they tell you, we don't want to deal with government. They want to deal with an alternative government. But that alternative government does not have the machinery of impact. Impact comes from government. And yes, government must clean its house. Yes, government must put transparency first. Yes, government must stop corruption. Yes. That is how we are going to be respected, and that is how we are going to be empowering ourselves to do things ourselves. Thank you very much for this honor.
If I had attempted to stop Minister Najib, I think the crowd was going to throw me out. Because they love you. Let me just start with you, Minister Najib. You spoke about the impact of the COVID on nature conservation in our parks because the tourism dried out, especially foreign tourism had dried out. Many businesses went bankrupt. People were in a lot of trouble. Jobs were lost, etc. Now, when it comes to nature conservation, yes, we must link nature conservation to economic activity. In other words, to economic return. But it's not always that protecting nature and biodiversity results in an income for the country or results in jobs. It's not always. In many cases it is. In your country, you've been able to show for decades already you're teaching the rest of us. But it's not always the case. There could be sensitive ecosystems that need protection that's not going to attract tourists, for example. How do we justify doing something in those situations? Because we have to.
That is what we call investment of the future. Some things must be invested for you to benefit. The problem is we have not invested. We have just inherited. And then we are taking little opportunity. Having a small lodge here or a small lodge here, that is not big business. And that's why tourism relies 85% on SMEs. And during the pandemic, most of them got shuttered. So some things we must bite the bullet. And we must say this we don't compromise. Wetlands as an important. Yeah? Protected areas, wildlife as important. But also we can be clever. We can turn around that to benefit, to bring benefit. As I say, we have the brains also locally in Africa. We can think beyond just protection. We can get value. It will be benefit, and it will benefit for the GDP rather of individuals. Sometimes we are very parochial. We think small. We need to think big. It's the scale. That's why I said it's only governments have the machinery and the power to have a social impact. So my appeal, let's invest in good governance, good institution, good governance, and you'll see the impact. It will be bigger than the little talking that we receive currently.
Thank you very much. Minister Abdullahi, you spoke about human rights and the local communities and the indigenous people Minister Mujawa Maria also spoke about the Minister of Justice being here because it's linked to rights. Just share with us your thoughts on this question, because it's an important matter. You know, we do hear people saying that you are more concerned about animals than about our children. You're more concerned about the health of the animals than the health of our babies. And so the human rights is, you cannot separate nature conservation from the promotion and advancement of human rights. Just share a bit more of your thoughts on that question with us.
Yeah, I think that it is important to understand that we can survive as human beings if nature is conserved. So as a corollary to that, it is important that we pursue a twin community approach of both human and nature conservation. And I think key to that is actually funding of community resilience. What we did from Nigeria's example is to float what we call sovereign green bonds, which is essentially targeted at, one, development of park services, development of communities around those park services that have been gazetted, so that they can be incorporated in the entire work plan for development and conservation. So I think we can have a twin approach of both nature conservation and human development, judging from our example of the Green Bond, which is targeted majorly at programs that are green in nature. It is a sovereign fund that identifies projects that are green in nature, that are capable of not only conservation and remediation of land, but also creating jobs, green jobs for the community. So I think we can pursue both.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Mujawa Maria, I was really attracted by the decision you said made in Rwanda, that at some point, I think next year, when it is that everybody has to plant a tree in their backyard. And if their backyard is full of trees, they should plant a tree next to their backyard. And it made me realize that small steps can result in big things. That you eat an elephant one bite at a time. I'm not encouraging that practice, but it's just a saying that we have. So this makes me think about the global discussion that is going on about increasing the target for surface area under protection of one sort or another. And as a big push, the Director General of the WWF, I was chairman of WWF in South Africa for 10 years, so I have also a link with them, has been lobbying me just now before we started to say something about this 30-30 target. It made me think that maybe it is possible to increase surface area under conservation to 30%. If we think about it in creative ways, what is conservation and what is biodiversity? I wonder if you could perhaps comment on that. Do you think that as Africans, do you think this conference should perhaps say something about increasing the target of terrestrial surface area under conservation to 30%, or should we not bother here? Because the Convention for Biological Diversity is going to talk about it. And I know what some people from my country is going to say, we will do it if you give us money, which I know the ministers have, Minister Najib has already spoken at length about that attitude, maybe not being the correct attitude. But just comment on that.
Thank you very much. I think that is why this Congress took place in Kigali. Because for Rwanda, we are no longer at 30 by 30, because we have reached 30.4% of our forest coverage 2 years ago. So, that's why I think this conference is needed in Africa because we have to set the goal higher. We should no longer talk about 30 by 30. We should really talk about our houses being in the forest. Because if we all plant trees around our houses will be in the forest. And who said residential house should not be in the forest? What we should avoid is to remove forest for us to build. What we should do is to plant trees around us. And I forgot to tell you, our Minister of Local Government is here also, because he's the one following up what is happening with local authorities. And they are the ones who are nearby the community to make sure that everyone think about what to give to your country before thinking about what your country should give you. We all have to make sure that we contribute to the biodiversity conservation, to the environment protection. I think if all of us here, young, in schools, start having tree nurseries. In our schools now, we have started having tree nurseries for the preparation of tree planting in October, so that children become the ambassadors of the environment, even in their families. So Biodiversity Conservation Congress should take place in Africa for us to set our goal higher than we did, because Africa is a continent of the future. I thank you.
So dear delegates to the African Protected Areas Congress, one of the topics you have to resolve on before you leave here is what are we Africans saying about the proposed 30% target? You have heard what the minister is saying. What are you saying? We will look forward to the outcome of this Congress on this question. I want to just ask President a question about nature conservation and peace. And I think in the part of the world where you come from, there is, in the neighboring countries, there is destabilization, there is violence that is taking place, a little bit of war, things that we read about. I'm not an expert on this question, but there is a relationship between protected areas, reaching perhaps a target of greater nature conservation areas, and establishing peace. And perhaps, I think there could be nobody better than the President just to give us an idea of that.
C'est vrai, vous avez raison de poser cette question. C'est une question importante pour nos pays, pour les pays du Sahel, qui connaissent des menaces ces dernières années, menaces de la part d'organisations terroristes, menaces de la part d'organisations criminelles. Et la paix est perturbée et en même temps, cela crée les conditions malheureusement pour les pertes de biodiversité dans nos pays. Parce que quand un espace n'est pas contrôlé par l'État, aucun droit finalement n'est sauvegardé, ni les droits humains, ni les droits des autres espèces. Et les animaux, la faune est massacrée, les forêts sont malheureusement coupées. On sent effectivement cette liaison très forte qui existe entre paix et climat, entre paix et biodiversité. Cela se voit dans l'ensemble des pays du Sahel. Et je voudrais rebondir sur ce que les autres ont dit tout à l'heure en ce qui concerne les droits, le respect des droits humains. Pourquoi on cherche à défendre la biodiversité alors que même les droits humains ne sont pas respectés? Mais tout va ensemble. Les droits humains et les droits des autres espèces vont ensemble. Nous sommes, comme j'ai dit, l'homme est un élément de la biodiversité. Cela est extrêmement important. Il faut respecter tous les droits, y compris donc les droits des autres espèces à exister, surtout que l'existence des autres espèces conditionne notre propre existence. Et la COVID-19, comme je l'ai dit, vient de le démontrer. On sait bien que certaines maladies sont entraînées par les pertes de biodiversité. Par conséquent, nous avons tous le même avenir, le même sort, le même futur. Il faut donc essayer de respecter tous les droits humains et les droits des autres espèces également à exister. Je rebondis aussi sur ce que le ministre kenyan a dit tout à l'heure par rapport à l'intégration, par rapport à la nécessité pour nous de décoloniser notre vision par rapport au financement, par exemple, de la conservation, de la protection. On attend toujours le financement des partenaires extérieurs, alors qu'il faut plutôt mettre l'accent sur la mobilisation des ressources internes à l'Afrique. Et je pense que les chefs d'État africains sont conscients de cela. Et déjà dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, cela n'a pas échappé aux chefs d'État. De la même façon que nous essayons de promouvoir la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine à l'échelle du continent, de la même façon que nous essayons de promouvoir les infrastructures, parce que pour se déplacer d'un pays africain vers un autre pays africain, il faut des infrastructures routières, il faut des infrastructures ferroviaires, il faut toutes les infrastructures de communication. Cela est important. C'est peut-être pour cela que les gens ont tendance à aller plus facilement à Dubaï plutôt que de Nairobi venir au Rwanda. Il faut mettre l'accent sur cette intégration et je pense que l'agenda 2063 en a fait une des préoccupations majeures. C'est des choses donc, qui sont en train d'être mises en œuvre progressivement et l'intégration va concerner certainement l'économie du tourisme également. Donc pour revenir à votre question, la question de la paix est une question centrale. Sans paix, aucune activité n'est viable. Avec les menaces que nous vivons, que ce soit dans les pays du Sahel ou dans la Corne de l'Afrique ou vers l'Afrique australe autour des pays comme le Mozambique, c'est une source de préoccupation et cela peut représenter un danger pour la conservation, un danger pour la biodiversité.
Thank you very much, President. The one theme that I think this Congress must really consider following up on is the question, because it's a theme that's running through here, the decolonization of nature conservation. It's something that needs more discussion amongst you, dear delegates, because you are the intelligent people are sitting over there. You know, the articulate people are sitting here. But you need to come up with concrete plans about the decolonization of nature conservation. Because if we don't do that, it will always look like it's a white man's idea, so it's a bad idea. And we don't want that. We don't want that to come in the way when we talk about nature conservation. Prime Minister, the question of, I mean, we are going to have the world's young people on this continent. And frankly, we all feel in our bones that this continent is going to take its place as a leader in the world community. Now, when it comes to nature conservation and protected areas, how do we break out? The President spoke about the 2063 agenda. How do we break out of where we are? And instead of responding to what is coming from elsewhere, how do we become world leaders? How do we start telling the world, what do we want the rest of the world to do when it comes to nature conservation? Because nobody ever tells Europe what they should be doing. And frankly, they've destroyed so much of their nature conservation, which we haven't. We haven't destroyed our wildlife and our ecosystems and all that. Over centuries already it's been done elsewhere. and we say nothing. How do we start taking a leadership role? Perhaps you could reflect on that, especially because the African Union is based, in your country, and you would be the appropriate person to talk about African leadership.
Thank you very much. I think let me begin by talking about whether the 30 by 30 is an African agenda or not. I think we have to make the facts right, simply because now around 40 African countries have subscribed for the 30 by 30, and they are members of the coalition for this campaign. Myself and other 6 other heads of state and government, we are campaigning for nature, and we are campaigning for 30 by 30. I say this simply because it is science-based. The 30 by 30 is not just an arbitrary figure. It is a figure which has been studied properly, and if you do not protect 30% of our land mass at this time, I think we will be ending up in a catastrophe very soon. So that's why, because of the urgency, this 30 by 30 has become an agenda, and it's an African agenda, basically. No other continent has subscribed as Africans did, including Rwanda. I want to appreciate our host, Rwanda, for this. People might think that Rwanda is a small country, very much densely populated country, so Rwanda cannot achieve 30% of its land must be conserved. What do we mean by conservation of 30 by 30? I think we have to look into it comprehensively, not only the protected areas. And we have to focus, as our local community and indigenous people has spoken to us. They are the custodians. If we let them do something, they can do it. They were there. Yeah, they were with wildlife, they were with forests, they were with nature, and the whole of their life is based in nature. So conserving nature, 30% is not a big deal for Africa. It is an ambitious plan, but we can make it. So that's why we are Africans, we are advocating for 30 by 30. Some people might say, yes, WWF has asked you. Of course, as a global citizens, we are all responsible. What happens in Africa, it happens everywhere. So Africa cannot isolate itself from the global community and the whole globe. But nonetheless, we have to take our own responsibility, and that's why we are campaigning. Let me tell you one example. I was in South Africa. Before the Durban flood happened, the 6 of us, former heads of state and government, we asked an appointment for President Ramaphosa. I think, unfortunately, let me say, but after the flood, the appointment was approved. And we went there. And the president immediately said, you guys, you came at the right time. Because what happened in Durban was an example, a teaching example, where South Africa has lost lots of billions of dollars because of the flood. And our people have suffered. So then in our discussion, South Africa was easy to convince them to subscribe for 30 by 30. Before that, there was some resentments. Of course, we should look into details of this. What do we mean by 30 by 30 protecting? I was always getting information from the community, from the conservation areas. Africa has, some say 8,500 protected areas, the others say 8,600. God knows how many. So I think we need to understand the current status of African protected areas properly. That needs a scientific research and putting the data correct. Having said this, most of these protected areas, we call it protected areas. I don't want to call the name paper parks, but let me say most of them are degraded parks. So what do we mean by 8,500 or 8,600. My friend, my brother, Kadu is always mentioning about this 8,500. But none of us know which one of them are intact and which one of are very much degraded. So we need to understand that. But even, we were talking about protected and conserved areas, but we have never valued our nature. If our protected areas, our forests, our wetlands, all are valued, I think it is trillions of dollars. And we have never valued them. They are underfunded, undervalued. I don't think the finance ministers are putting this in our GDP. Most of them, there is a conventional GDP calculations, never taking into consideration nature as our asset. That should be valued. So I think because of that, we have huge wells in Africa, but never been valued. I think as a responsible global citizens, I'm asking non-African continents supporting Africa is because they also get benefit out of what Africa is doing, because we are so much interconnected. So that's why some people can ask us to fund, but as we said, we should be at the driving seat. My point is, we have to see first the intact areas. For example, out of the 8,500 I tried to study, only 161 are the ones which are very intact, and we should save them first. We have to see key protected areas first being continue as intact as they are. And then focus on those, even though they are small, those who give more value to conservation and to humanity. And focus also on a restoration of degraded areas. And focus as well on community conservation areas, where our communities can do better than we do. So I think with this comprehensively, 30 by 30 is achievable, and we should do it. But we should also entrust our young people. I think whatever they talk about conservation, they talk better than us, they understand better than us, they are very friendly to environment than us, and I think we have to start from kindergarten and our schools and show them to exercise this conservation work firsthand with experience that can be shared. In Ethiopia, we have schools in garden, in the forest program. All schools should be in the forest. All churches should be in the forest. We have Ethiopian Orthodox Church. If you see, it's intact. You find forests everywhere. And in the monasteries, you find forests wherever you go. That's the best example. Why not we make all our institutions to be in the forest? Only the remaining indigenous seeds we can get is from the monastery of Orthodox churches. So I think it is possible to do that if the people believe and buy in, and if we make it local and understand properly. So I think for your quest, my view is we should have funding, but we should have a segregated way of doing it. As my colleagues all said, we should have our own Pan-African Conservation Trust. That's what we are trying to advocate, and maybe we'll be launching very soon this fund. As a former heads of state and government, we are advocating to have an African, Pan-African Conservation Trust, which every global community has to contribute to it, but Africans, we should contribute first. We shouldn't be seen as beggars. Yes. We are not beggars, and we should stand up and say we have to put our own resources into conservation. And African Union has already decided by its 2063 agenda clearly. The thing is how to implement it. So I think this is the real point we have to struggle for, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. The inspirational words of Prime Minister Haile Mariam is a good note on which to end this panel discussion. But let me just check whether any of the other panelists have something urgent to say in conclusion. If not, Minister Najib.
Thank you very much. A quick one. Normally, people in the conservation world feel that we put animals first beyond people. When there's an elephant killed, there'll be helicopters saving the elephant. When there's a human being killed, nobody bothers. And there is where it brings the difference. Because there is funding for helping an elephant, but there's no funding for helping human beings when they get attacked. It is important for us to keep the goodwill of communities, but it is important for us to also make sure when there's human-wildlife conflict, we must also compensate them for the losses they get. That is very important. So when we create funding or we allow funding to come in, funding can go to animal saving, but funding should also go to human-wildlife conflict compensation fund. That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just say to the panelists, without attempting to summarize in my own words what has been said so accurately and so beautifully, I just want to say to the panelists that this afternoon you have inspired all of us with your words. This has been an extremely inspirational session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the leadership which you are giving to the continent. And thank you very much to the delegates for having been so patient to listen to the words from our leaders.
Can we give one more round of applause to Mr. Mohamed Vali Musa? Fantastic moderation there of two former heads of state and honorable ministers giving some powerful, powerful reflections. Some of them that I've noted down, putting people at the center of conservation efforts, the need for aggressive funding, and I'm sure that will be part of the discussions and deliberations in the next couple of days. Seeing nature as an asset that needs to be valued, also extremely critical. I understand they want to take a photo of the panelists. If you could also position yourselves at the center stage. Fantastic, wonderful, thank you so much. And of course, the decolonization of nature conservation, another important point. But this has certainly put us, in terms of the deliberations and discussions, on a path of not just having it as food for thought, but fuel for action. So one more round of applause for the delegates, our panelists, for a fantastic discussion there and setting the tone indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our next speaker for this segment. We have two more speakers making their submissions, one in person and one via video. And I'd like to invite Dr. Theopista Kabuteni, the WHO country rep for Rwanda, and she will be delivering the statement on behalf of the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus. Kindly invite her with a hearty round of applause.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to deliver the statement from Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. He couldn't make this statement on himself, but he asked the country representative to do so on his behalf. Africa is one of the most biologically diverse continents in the planet. It is a home of 1/5 of the world's plants and animals species. The Congo Basin rainforest alone accounts for 10% of the world's biodiversity. Yet, over 1 million species across the continent are threatened with the extinction, also threatening the millions of the people who depend on them. By the year 2100, half of Africa's animal population could face extinction, threatened with as a result of resource extraction, urbanization, conflict, pollution, climate change, and the other human pressures. As the COVID-19 pandemic has reminded us, the health of humans, animals, and the ecosystems that sustain us all are intimately linked. And yet, we are rapidly making the planet on which all it depends on uninhabitable. The World Health Organization Manifesto for the Healthy and Green Recovery offers a multi-sectoral One Health approach to help us address emerging pathogens, antimicrobial resistance, food safety and security, and climate change. The World Health Organization and the International Union of Conservation of Nature established an expert working group on biodiversity, climate, One Health, and nature-based solutions. And I would like to recommend WHO to working with the conservation and climate communities to protect the natural environment and to make our world healthier, safer, and more sustainable. I would like to wish you a productive meeting in the next 3 days to come. I thank you.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Dr. Kabuteni, speaking on behalf on the WHO DG. Fantastic. Let's now hear from Inge Anderson, the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, via video.
Let me begin by congratulating the government of Rwanda, IUCN, the African Wildlife Foundation, and other partners for organizing this, the African Protected Areas Congress, in a crucial year for nature. Biodiversity is under threat from 5 key drivers. We all know that. We heard that from the IPBES reports: land use change, overexploitation, invasive species, climate change, and pollution. And we know that these drivers are part and parcel of the triple planetary crisis: the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, and the crisis of pollution and waste. Africa's protected areas will be critical to easing these pressures and to making the implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework real. Protected areas offer so much if done right. So allow me to highlight 7 areas where, if done right, protected areas add massively to human well-being, to environmental justice, to environmental rights, to jobs and development, and to mitigating and adapting to climate change. First, protected areas help us ensure that the Earth's systems remain in balance. I could go on, but essentially, intact ecosystems, such as protected areas, are critical elements to ensure the very stability of planet Earth. And secondly, of course, when sustainably managed, they act as a lever for social and economic development. And my third point is that protected areas can be a real lever for the empowerment of indigenous people and local communities. And they can conserve spiritual practices, cultural homes, and heritage. And here, building on my first point, it's clear that protected areas must be run in an inclusive and equitable manner to secure the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities to their lands and their waters and the resources that they hold. Conservation by exclusion and without community benefits is simply not the way to go. And anyhow, it doesn't work. And my fourth point here, protected areas are obviously a significant contributor to ensure critical habitat and biodiversity conservation. When done right, protected areas can provide habitats, food, water for species, and enable natural movement patterns. And fifth, protected areas are a kind of insurance policy. Protected areas provide a source of indigenous medicines to Africa's rural population, but protected areas are also the global storage cupboard for future yet to be developed and discovered medicines against future yet to emerge diseases. And sixth, protected areas shore up our human health. Protected areas offer spaces to revitalize our minds and our bodies. We all know that walking in nature, or forest bathing, as it's called in Japan, is good for the soul and for the spirit, good for our mental health. And finally, protected areas are a critical tool to help us tackle climate change. And of course, protected areas are a tool for regional collaboration. We've all heard about how parks, when done right, can form a pathway towards peace, be it among communities or between nations. And transboundary conservation areas can improve regional collaboration to achieve shared biodiversity, livelihoods, and economic objectives. You will have heard me say, when done right, a number of times. And that's because that really does matter. Getting the benefit stream to communities secured, ensuring that community decision-making is part and parcel of the plans, ensuring that access and tourism is open, accessible, and affordable to the population of the country where the protected area is located. Africa has got many of these elements right so far. African protected areas will require resourcing through a sustainable biodiversity economy and national and international budgetary allocations. African protected areas will require recognition of community interests and rights, including shared decision-making, cost and benefit distribution, and a reduction in and compensation for human-wildlife conflict. African protected areas will require strong legislation, but more importantly, enforcement and international collaboration to prevent illegal wildlife trade, unsustainable use of resources, and habitat destruction. So while Africa has been showing the world how protected areas can be successfully managed for people and for nature, there is, of course, as there always is, more work to be done. And we at UNEP are proud to work with many of you in your efforts to increase the size and the quality of your protected areas and to build a sustainable biodiversity economy. Thank you.
Fantastic. The UNEP Executive Director, Inger Anderson, keeping it practical on 7 helpful steps on managing protected and conserved areas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we're coming to the close of the program. But before we do, there was a lot of conversation during the panel on the need for aggressive financing and funding when it came to conservation matters, a consolidated fund, if you will. And so at this point, we want to get into a soft launch of the Pan-African Conservation Trust Fund. And we'll play a short clip just to give you an idea of what that actually means. And after that video, the next voice you will hear is that of the Right Honorable Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia.
Protected areas' importance lies on the fact that they are the hub of biodiversity.
There is really need for sustainable financing for protected areas. Almost 10% actually do not have any budget at all.
Africa's protected area estate is at risk now more than ever as the continent aspires to develop even further within the next decade.
AWF has been, right from the beginning of the conversation and discussion and secretariat, we cannot continue to outsource financial mechanisms of a resource that we need for economic development.
If we continue ignoring the importance of our ecosystems, we might never get the chance to build back better.
There are certain issues that are very critical at the moment that are affecting all of us as Africans. Climate change is one of them. It cuts across boundaries. If we do not come with one solution, then we'll have a scattered response on issues such as climate change.
So, what is the solution?
We have been engaged on the concept of APAC in order to design a new financing mechanism that will be Pan-African in nature.
APAC proposes to scale access to finance to the whole network of protected conservation areas on the continent.
It is a co-creation by the African Protected Areas Directors with the support of the AWF. It is the first of its kind.
It may be the first time Africans are trying to speak with one voice as far as environmental protection is concerned.
We are going to be more united than we are right now. We are going to find solutions to our problems, challenges. Then we work as one region.
We do not have a planet B to depend on.
This is an urgent call. There is no time. So I call upon all the leaders step up and engage in bringing about this agenda to be successful.
Join us in this milestone move as investing in nature underpins Africa's development aspirations.
Fantastic, having key stakeholders and players in the conservation space calling for this joint agenda to boost funding for conservation and management of protected and conserved areas in Africa. It is indeed encouraging to see such efforts being put in place. And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our final speaker for this session, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister, the Republic of Ethiopia, Desalegn. Thank you. Round of applause for him as he makes his way up.
Former President of Niger, His Excellency Soufou Mahamadou, honorable ministers and eminent persons, heads of institutions and delegations, members of the media fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the government of Rwanda once again for being such a gracious host in this beautiful city of Kigali. Your Excellency, we do sincerely appreciate the welcome and hospitality we have been accorded here. Today, we are here to celebrate what I believe marks a turning point for Africa's conservation efforts. It will be a defining moment because what we are launching today is meant to secure the future of conservation by providing a lasting solution to the funding crisis that has bedeviled protected and conserved areas across Africa for decades. I'm referring to a Pan-African Conservation Trust, APAC, an ambitious initiative spearheaded by the African Protected Areas Directors and supported by the African Wildlife Foundation, the Consortium for African Funds for the Environment, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and a host of others in the lead up to the IUCN Africa Protected Area Congress. APAC, at its core, an ambitious vision of creating an independent, African-led, hybrid sustainable financing mechanism that empowers those who manage protected and conserved areas across the continent to have the resources they need to do their jobs. But let me start at the beginning. Excellencies, it is an oft-stated fact that majority of people in Africa, and in particular those in the rural areas, depend on the health of the ecosystem for their survival. In fact, we all depend on nature. Over the last couple of years, it has become abundantly clear that while every aspect of our lives, from the food we eat, to the water we drink, and to the shelter we take, depends on nature, we as a species have not succeeded in protecting, restoring, and sustainably using the natural systems that sustain us. So while the Congo forests are widely considered the lung of the world, and while the Sud wetland is the second largest wetland on Earth, and our populations of megafauna, birds, and amphibians are unparalleled, our investments into the more than 8,600 protected and conserved areas that are the backbone of this natural infrastructure are meager. Nature has also bestowed on Africa the distinction of its being the home of a third of global biodiversity. We must remember that this natural heritage does not belong to us only. We are merely its custodians for the generations to come. It is time for us to invest in this endowment for ourselves and the world. Excellencies, distinguished participants. Globally, it is estimated that there is a funding gap of US 700 billion, about 1% of global GDP, when it comes to halting biodiversity loss and restoring our natural systems. Closer home, in Africa, we have estimated that we need around 7 billion annually to effectively manage the existing protected area state. We will need more at this state when it grows. And while throughout this conference, we expect to hear how investments into our protected areas can and will grow, there remains a significant challenge in mobilizing the levels of consistent, sustained funding required to put the current around 6 million square kilometers of conservation state in Africa on a sound footing. A Pan-African Conservation Trust aims to change that. Designed as a complement to the existing financing mechanisms supporting African protected areas, APAC is an African-led continental-scale solution to mobilizing significant public, private, and philanthropic funding into protected and conserved areas across all 54 African countries. The vision is to create a mechanism that will be open to all types of protected and conserved areas, whether managed by state agencies, by indigenous people and local communities, by delegated and mandated conservation NGOs, or by private individuals. Funds will be disbursed through a hybrid mechanism consisting of an endowment designed to keep the lights on and provide for basic operational costs, a sinking or revolving fund shaped to provide managers with grant financing in areas of focus such as climate adaptation, business planning, or disaster risk reduction, and an investment window which will mobilize private capital into investment-ready opportunities. Capitalizing Pan-African Conservation Trust is a priority. We aim to mobilize funds from a whole range of sources, from African governments, who already provide the bulk of financing for protected areas, to donors and partners, and market sources such as climate and biodiversity finance. But even more of a priority is the African leadership, which sits at the heart of APAC. The inspiration for APAC comes from the collective efforts of our protected area directors, from the people who know the day-to-day struggle of securing sufficient and sustained funding for supporting the communities living in and around our parks, for compensating the victims of human-wildlife conflicts, for investing in the research and science that helps us understand our natural systems and translate that knowledge into future medicines, technologies, and foods. APAC was born out of crisis. As we talked in our discussions, COVID exposed the vulnerability in the systems we have built for financing our protected and conserved areas. But APAC has emerged as a beacon of hope, as a source of sustaining us all, and a way to build resilience and a brighter future where nature sits at the heart of our development agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is in this spirit of hope and aspiration that I am glad to officially unveil and launch a Pan-African Conservation Trust, an African-led solution to invest in our protected and conserved areas so that they endure and so that we all prosper. I thank you and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the screens as we unveil the new logo for APAC. So much. And just for a photo op, I beg your indulgence for the Right Honorable Prime Minister to please join us on stage once again. Also followed by the former President of Niger, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, as well, as we commemorate this occasion. And representing the Prime Minister for the Republic of Rwanda, I'd like to call on the Minister of Environment, Dr. Muja Uwamariya, to also join them on stage as we commemorate this moment, as well as Mr. Kadu Sebunya, CEO and President of the African Wildlife Foundation. This certainly is a big moment for Africa and, of course, for conservation efforts across the continent. We heard from the Right Honorable Prime Minister that this is an independent African-led fund, an endowment worth billions of dollars that will go a long way in creating a sustainable financing mechanism for all of Africa's over 8,000 protected and conserved areas. It was a fund that was born out of crisis, but now a beacon of hope for our future. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and of course, honorable ministers and delegates for your time throughout the afternoon and now into the evening hours. It is now 7:20. I want to thank you so much for your patience. We can allow our chief guests to also take their leave as well. And thank you so much for your indulgence and your time throughout this session and pointing out some critical issues that certainly will form the foundation of what will be talked about over the next couple of days up until the 23rd of this month. Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers. You may take your leave once again. Round of applause for them. And we have come to the end of the session. Thank you. We have a cocktail and a welcome reception that is being hosted by the Ministry of Environment. This is just on the floor above at the Piazza Bar. Kindly take the opportunity to network and connect with fellow delegates as we continue with this. It has been an absolute honor and pleasure being your master of ceremony. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. Thank you.
Pull